Our Caterpillar situation under control. The time is 9:31. We will call our county council meeting to order for Tuesday, June 16th. We have a very lengthy agenda in front of us, council. If someone would like to move it, Councilor Ryan Hansen.
I move we approve the agenda for June 16th for council.
Any questions on the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Takes us to our minutes from May 12th. Anyone want to move those? Councillor DePalm? Sure.
I can. I read through them, but I couldn't find my actual sheet that I wrote on, so they looked fine to me. So.
Yes, thank you. I didn't see anything in there. Did anyone else see any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. Moving into our reports for the day, item 5.1, Ms. Rodwell.
Good morning, Council. This morning I'm here to present Red Deer County's strategic priorities. Annually, County Council develops strategic priorities for the municipality. The priorities establish areas for a municipality that help to focus Council's work, provide information to residents and property owners, and give direction to administration to ensure that their work is in support of Council's aims. The strategic priorities chart is developed through facilitated discussion. The outcomes of these discussions are summarized to create a draft strategic priorities chart. Top section of the chart with the blue background represents priorities identified by council. The bottom portion of the strategic priorities chart with the white background represents priorities identified by senior administration and are sorted in alignment with the organizational structure. In this new chart, a section with a yellow background has been added to identify items which are a priority to the entire organization. The strategic priorities identified through council's discussions include 1. Service level capacity review. This is a long-term project that began at the start of the term, which council is reviewing services in certain areas of the municipality as identified by council. The next review will be conducted in the area of fire services, and in fact, this review has already commenced. The second priority is red tape reduction. Council has directed administration to review red tape with the aim of increasing efficiency and responsiveness. This project is already underway and public consultation is being conducted. The next step will be for council to receive the public consultation findings. The third priority is the nuisance bylaw. Council has identified a need to review Red Deer County's nuisance bylaw. The first step will be to scope the project to identify key areas for review, which will help to inform next steps in the project. Number 4, the procurement policy. Council will be reviewing Red Deer County's procurement policy and will determine if dates are required. 5, long-term financial plan. Council is looking into the county's long-term financial plan. The next step in this work is to conduct a review of Red Deer County's reserve policy. And here is the strategic priorities chart as currently identified, and this was reviewed at the GPC meeting on June 9th, and any sort of comments or concerns identified by GPC have been reflected in this updated strategic priorities chart. Red Deer County Strategic Priority Chart is one of the most important documents produced by Red Deer County. It drives the primary focuses for budget, work planning, and outcomes for the year, which also impacts the future work of the municipality. Your alternatives today are to approve Red Deer County Strategic Priorities Chart, to amend the chart, or to defer the chart and provide areas for increased research or clarification. Our recommendation today is to approve Red Deer County Strategic Priorities Chart. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions of administration? Seeing no questions, would someone like to move? Councillor Brewster.
I would like to move to approve the Red Deer County Strategic Priorities Chart.
Comments or debate? Councillor Gerard?
No, I think everything looks really good. That's exactly what we're looking for. And I like the updates that we're getting as we carry forward from administration. So, yeah, I think it's great.
Councillor Ryan Hansen.
Oh, everything looks good. I think it's exactly what we talked about. So thank you.
Councillor DePalm.
No, I just want to say that I think it's good. The 2 days of hashing everything out I think went well, and everything that's put in there is going to keep us on track for a while. So that's good.
Councillor Ritz. Good. Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I just kind of want to echo everyone. We spent 2 days together and came up with some really, really good plans and goals and priorities. And I'm excited about this new strategic priorities chart. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think this accurately reflects the couple days and the discussion we had, and no significant changes really to where we started, and so I'm looking forward to continuing the work. I really like, I see other municipalities completing their strategic planning right now, and in my mind, looking at some of their documents, the terminology is very broad, and so what I like about what we have here is it's very specific, almost action items that we intend to carry out over the next year or so, and look forward to continuing the work with council and reviewing this quarterly to make sure we're staying on track. Councilor Brewster?
Yeah, I think the couple of days we spent together was fantastic, and I really like in what we've learned as a group from the first time we did it last November until now, and I love the added yellow section where we've got our group priorities. I think that's going to help a lot as well, so it looks fantastic, and thank you for all of your work on it.
All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, moving into item 5.2. Mr. Dietrich.
Thank you. This is to consider second and third readings of Bylaw 1026-26, a bylaw to guarantee payment of Rural Connect's credit facilities. The Rural Connect wishes to obtain an evergreen line of credit for the funding of fiber optic infrastructure projects and participating municipalities, and to replace and refinance the existing facility with another lender. So the existing facility is with Equus, and the new facility will be with Service Credit Union. Pursuant to Section 266 of the MGA, Council may only guarantee repayment of a loan between a lender and one of its controlled corporations if the guarantee is authorized by bylaw. The guarantee is for $5 million. There's no immediate direct cash outlay associated with approving the bylaw. However, if Rural Connect defaults on its obligations under the credit facilities, Red Deer County would be responsible under the guarantee for payment and performance of those obligations subject to the terms of the guarantee. And so just for council's awareness, the borrowings are to fund Red Deer County capital. And so essentially authorizing ourselves to borrow this money. If had we known in the past, that Equus would have done what Equus would have done, we probably would have just borrowed the money outright and be done with it. But here we are. As of the date of this bylaw, we're within our debt limit, and the borrowings contemplated in this bylaw will not cause the county to exceed its debt level. So as of the 2025 financial statements, we had $100.9 million of available debt limit. The three-year operating budget contemplates borrowings of $15 million, $5 million for each of 26, 27, and 28. So we're fine in terms of that debt limit. We're not near touching it. The communications plan required public notice. Notice was given that we'd consider the bylaw on June 16th. One submission was received and has been published. Now, I put in the sort of a summary so we didn't have to go into camera to discuss. We appreciate that. The response, or the amendment response, is that the original business case contemplated that Red Deer's construction would be financed by a third party, being Equus. In 25, Equus provided notice that it would no longer be able to provide financing, and alternatives were sought. The bylaw satisfied the needs of Service Credit Union, which is providing financing for the construction. As such, the financing of construction is not new and is not a material change. Our alternatives are to grant second and third readings or deny this application. And our recommendation is to grant second and third readings for the bylaw to guaranteed payment of Rural Connect credit facilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the report, and I do appreciate administration trying to be transparent with the information in the report, although we did receive some legal advice So I guess if members of council do have questions about that particular legal advice, we should probably move in camera first, I would suggest. Deal with those, and then we can come back into the open for further questions. So if that's of interest to council, I would need someone to make a motion to go into closed session. Councillor DePalm?
So I would move that we go into closed session at 9:41.
Okay, motion to go in close. Any questions on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll just give it a minute. motion to come back into open session, so I'm just looking at administration that we're good there. I'm seeing a slight nod. Okay, so we'll go back. We had the report. Questions of administration of the report. I don't know, does anyone want to start? Questions? Go ahead, Councillor Brewster.
Okay. So thank you for the additional information. I do have some questions with the guarantee for the $5 million. How will we be able to monitor performance over the next 3 months? Do we have an opportunity to do that? Do we just wait for, I know the AGM's coming, Rural Connect AGM is coming up. Is there another way that we could stay informed of updates?
Yeah, through your board members, Mayor Ramsey will get a construction update and cost update, and we also get statistics of new customers, and we're trying to get that more drilled down. There's certain neighborhoods we want to do better performance at, so we're really focusing a lot on the revenue end of it. The construction's, I call it fairly minor this year, just fairly easy construction because it's mostly urban and a little bit of rural. But yeah, the performance is measured every month, and Mayor Ramsey can, and I think he has been providing you updates.
Yeah, and just to add to that, yeah, whatever information this council needs, we can get that for sure. Like as was indicated, I've been trying to circulate the financial reports and the general manager reports from each monthly meeting to all of council, so that you're in the loop there. And then if there is information missing in those financial reports, or it's not, giving you what you need, the folks that were connected commit to providing council with updated information, and we can always bring them in as a delegation too. And certainly, as you indicated, the AGM next week gives members an opportunity to kind of quiz them too. But yeah, if there's stuff we need, then let me know, and I'll make sure it gets to you. Councillor Gerard.
Do we know how much of this loan guarantee is going to be used just strictly for operating costs to keep the internet going?
I think Director Graves, we had talked about like the working capital, if we could go through that explanation. I think that was a very good one when you were in camera.
Through the Assistant CEO to Mayor and Council. So what we're doing here is we're guaranteeing a loan for long-term capital infrastructure costs. And by doing this guarantee, that'll free up the working capital that Rural Connect currently has. And so it'll be putting the debt in the right spots. So the long-term debt for infrastructure is going to go in a long-term debt facility. And then that working capital is just used for paying bills day to day, and then doing the regular community reconciliation agreement each year for all the different communities.
Do you have an approximate number of what that would be?
No, we don't. It could, we had talked about 2 million was the original, what Equus's original put into it, but no, we don't have that figure right now.
Okay, so Equus put in originally 2 million, and then we're coming back for 5 million for a guarantee from the county.
Through the Assistant CEO to Mayor and Council, Equus put in $2 million to start the organization, and then also some legal and formation fees. And then the other piece for their partnership was to guarantee long-term debt. And it's written right into the unanimous shareholder agreement that they would look after financing, and there was a mechanism in there. And then more recently, I'm not a member of the board, but I understand at the board meeting that Equus said that they would no longer wanted to guarantee the debt. And so that's put the whole organization in a predicament where there's a need for that long-term debt to build the infrastructure to bring on customers, and that's been taken away. So they've looked to Red Deer County to guarantee that loan. There's no additional commitment from what we saw in the original business case. It's just that someone the bank was looking for a fledgling company to have someone co-sign for it. Yeah.
Okay, one more question. Has there been any, did they look into anyone else for a cosigner or just straight to the county?
The monies needed are for Red Deer County. Delburn's built out and doesn't need any borrowing, and Paintearth is financing their own construction themselves. So the borrowing is this is entirely for Red Deer County's needs.
That's all I got for now.
Councillor Ryan Hansen, Councillor DePalm.
So thanks for all the extra added information. So basically what it comes down to is this is just guaranteeing our the 10.5 that was already done, and no money is going to be laid out right away. This is only if they can't make their payments. So it's basically just well, as it says, a guarantee if they default, right?
Every year, Red Deer County will see through the community reconciliation agreement. That'll be where everything's trued up every year. Okay. So in terms of the costs of borrowing plus some interest will be applied to us, and we'll be paying it annually. Our intent, obviously, CO Herzberg wants to bring that cost down from what's projected, and we want to start to whittle down that deficit down. But until we have the construction, until we have the customers, we just don't have that ability.
Okay, and this is only being done. Originally, Equus was going to had backed all of the long-term financing for everything, and since they have done whatever, there's no backing in any long-term financing right now. So that's why this is needed.
That's correct. Equus is no longer financing. It was with the CIBC, and now we have a different bank, being a Service Credit Union, involved, replacing the instrument.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Ritz.
And just to clarify, when stated that this is to assist in the Red Deer County, this is specifically what they brought us as well, in that we approved in budget time, or with their updates for gaining new subscribers in the specific areas that they outlined. This will help with that as well, correct?
That's correct. The intended construction will be Division 2, Division 3, and Division 3 urban, Division 3 rural. Because we're in open, I don't want to specific where we're exactly putting it in, but those are the divisions.
Councillor Carly Hansen.
So I just want to reiterate one more time, this is not direct cash, this is a guarantee, so practically co-signing. My question is, is there a trajectory of them defaulting? Like, if they're looking for money now, what are the chances of them not being able to make those payments?
The reconciliation agreement, the obligations would be to the partners to come up with to pay them bills at the end of the day in terms of the reconciliation. So it does default back onto us anyway in terms of any needs at the end of the year. They will come back every year with what you know, in terms of what it took to maintain the network, what is the cost of doing the borrowing for the construction and the interest as well?
I think most of my questions were asked. I just, one for clarity, the original draft agenda that was posted had 10 million in the bylaw, and I think we flagged that, and it was updated to be 5 million, and that's what was passed at first reading. So I want to clarify that the bylaw we're looking at today states the 5 million in it.
Most certainly, Mayor Ramsey, you are correct. There was an error in the version of the bylaw which was published in the agenda originally. So that bylaw was up through the weekend and was corrected first thing Monday morning. The version of the bylaw with the $10 million is no longer accessible. That version is completely deleted. So members of the public, unless they downloaded the agenda, they should not be able to access that old version of the bylaw. It clearly states on the agenda that the bylaw was corrected yesterday, and the header on the agenda has clearly denotes that the agenda was updated to provide the utmost transparency in the correction of that bylaw.
Yeah, thanks for your work on that, Ms. Rodwell. Is there further questions on this? Seeing none, we'd be looking for a motion for second reading. Councillor Gerard.
I'm going to motion to deny this application.
So just for clarity before we go there, Ms. Rodwell, typically when we have multiple readings, if it would be better to defeat second reading as opposed to make a motion to deny the second reading.
Typically what we advise is that the double negatives tend to get confusing for people when they're voting and for members of the public when they're reading the minutes. So we do typically recommend that you make the recommendation in the positive, that you would like to approve it, and then indicate that you plan on voting against it. So that is typically the recommendation to avoid that. You'd be voting in favor of defeating, which can get confusing to folks.
Okay, but so for clarity, can that motion stand, the motion to deny second? I thought we had to make a motion for second reading and then defeat that motion.
We would prefer it to be a motion to approve second reading because a bylaw passes or fails. A bylaw doesn't get approved or denied is typically the language that we see around those bylaws. So we do prefer a motion to approve.
But he can make the motion to deny.
It is not dictated in the MGA that you cannot make a motion to deny, but from a procedural standpoint, it is not something we have really ever seen. So we would recommend a motion to approve.
Okay. I gathered that. So my question to be, do you want your motion to stand or withdraw, and then we would have a motion to approve second reading and you vote against it?
Yeah, my stance will stay the same, but I can withdraw my motion, and somebody else can, if that's how we want to do it, someone else can motion.
Okay. Okay, so that motion is withdrawn. We would be looking for a motion now for second reading, to approve second reading. If someone wants to make that motion. Councillor Rihanna Hansen.
Yeah, I move that we grant second readings of bylaw number 1026/2026.
Okay, thank you for that. Going around for comments and debate, Councillor DePalm. Councillor Ritz.
Yeah, I would be in support of this based on what we have already discussed and the fact that we are responsible regardless. So I would like to see things move ahead, and I do appreciate the clarity that we have as a council, I think, asked for and received and continue to. So that's my comment.
Councillor Carly Hansen. Councillor Brewster.
I would just also like to say that I appreciate all the additional information that we've received from the business case, from the original business case, as well as everything that we just went through. So I appreciate a little more clarity that we've received.
Councillor Gerard.
Yeah, I'd like to thank administration and to bring all the clarity that they brought to us. My biggest thing is the county's on the hook for this regardless. We went around a few times. We talked about how much payments are going to be with interest and principal. We have to pay that regardless. And so this loan guarantee doesn't feel like a loan guarantee, that we are going on the hook for this, and we are responsible for paying the interest and principal. So yeah, if there's a short timeline with a crunch, I think there's better ways to go through it than the taxpayers covering it, because we as a county will be covering this. So I definitely cannot support the motion to approve this one.
Councillor DePalm? Still pass?
Yeah.
Councillor Carly Hansen? Still pass?
Yes.
Okay. I certainly I agree. I appreciate the time that we were able to spend today and gaining some clarity. And I know it's tough. Honestly, one of our partners made a decision kind of going back on what was originally agreed upon, and it's put this council in a very bad predicament. And this is frustrating. This is not a decision we want to be discussing right now, nor were we supposed to be. But the unfortunate reality here is that, by not passing this today, we make the road ahead a lot harder and more expensive for Red Deer County taxpayers in the end. And so I strongly feel we need to pass this. We're guaranteeing a loan that was already part of the business plan. This is not a material change. This is something that was already built in. One of our partners has made a decision that's put us in the position to have to pass this so that Rural Connect can secure banking, essentially financing. And I take Councillor Gerard's point very, very well. I think we need to work with Rural Connect and hearing some of the information in how they can move forward with long-term financing today. I think we need to be working with them and continuing that conversation and trying to get to a point where this is no longer needed in the very short term. And so I'm glad that kind of came out of our discussion today. But again, I think this council will definitely be deciding the course of the broadband project and where we want to go with that. And this is something that this council inherited and I think has been talked about a lot in where we want to go and try and make this sustainable and reduce the costs and impacts to our municipality. And I think, there are some positive things on the horizon for that. And potentially some challenges ahead, and this council will have to make some tough decisions, and I think that's outside of this decision today, and I'm certainly open to continuing those conversations, getting the information this council needs so that we can have those conversations. But in my mind today, without passing this, we put ourselves in a lot harder position moving forward, so I am going to support second reading. Councillor Ryan Hansen, would you like to close?
Yeah, I think a lot of good things have been spoken and shared. I think that's good for us, for staff, and for the public. I'm weighing heavily that our obligations are the same. I understand that this is a different mechanism. But in my mind, to simplify the decision here, we do need to support this partnership that we have with Rural Connect. Not happy with the position that Equus has put us in, so that's weighing on me as well, but we are in a partnership, and I do believe the consequences would be quite negative if we didn't move forward, so I will be supporting this.
Okay. With that, all those in favor of second reading? Opposed to second reading? Okay, so with that we have, okay, I just gotta make sure. Okay, so we had 3 in favor, myself, Councillor Ryan Hansen, and Councillor Ritz, and 4 opposed would be the remaining of council, and so with that, second reading would be defeated. And so there would be no need to talk about third reading. Moving on to item 5.3 today.
Good morning, Council. We're here to discuss Bylaw 1027, 2026-A. This is second and third reading of an amendment to the Council Committee's Bylaw Chief Administrative Officer Human Resource Committee Terms of Reference. At the April 27th, 2026 Chief Administrative Officer's Human Resources Committee meeting, a motion was passed to make a recommendation to Council to amend the terms of reference by adding clauses to establish a recommended annual completion date for the CAO performance review, that being the end of August annually, and that the committee has authority to track follow-up actions coming out of the performance review with final reporting to be provided to Council. The primary intent of adding a timeline was to ensure that Council established an annual expectation for the committee's work. The proposed timeline is in alignment with the current Chief Administrative Officer's employment anniversary. The primary intent of the amendment to allow the committee to track follow-up actions was to ensure that progress was made on follow-up actions without monopolizing time at Council meetings. The recommendation leaves the final reporting with Council to ensure that the entirety of Council is aware and supportive of any outcomes. First reading was granted to this bylaw on May 12, 2026. Your alternatives today are to grant second and third reading to the bylaw, to amend the bylaw, or to defeat second and third reading of the bylaw, leaving the current terms of reference in place. Our recommendation today is to grant second and third reading to Bylaw 1027, 2026-A, an amendment to the Council Committee's Bylaw Chief Administrative Officer's Human Resources Committee's terms of reference. Thank you.
Thank you for the report, Ms. Rodwell. Any questions of administration on the updates? Seeing none, yeah, pretty straightforward stuff. Anyone want to make a motion? Councillor Palm?
So I would move second reading to amend the Council Committee's Bylaw 2024-09, Chief Administrative Officer, Human Resources Committee Terms of Reference. That's a long one. I honestly think this is a good thing. It'll set a solid date, and there's no room for interpretation or anything like that, and it'll be done at the same time every year going forward, and starting the process and going through the process. So I'm definitely on board with this updating this bylaw.
Thank you. Any other comments or debate? Yep, seeing none. Councillor DePalm summed it up pretty good. The HR committee is fairly new for this council, or for Red Deer County, I guess. And so I agree, having a set date in there for our administrator's review will help guide the committee to ensure that that's done consistently every year. And then the other amendment obviously gives us some flexibility to follow up on the items that come up in the review. So pretty straightforward stuff here. All those in favor of second reading? Carried unanimously. Looking for third reading, Councillor Ritz.
I would move we grant third reading of Bylaw number 1027, 2026-A, an amendment to the Council Committee's Bylaw Chief Administrative Officer, Human Resources Committee Terms of Reference.
Any further comment or debate at third reading? Seeing none, all those in favor of third reading? Carried unanimously. Moving on to item 5.4, Mr. True.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, the purpose of this report is to consider amendment to the Waterworks Bylaw number 2009/22. So Council has approved Waterworks Bylaw 2009/22. Administration is also proceeding with an automatic meter reading project that's in our current capital plan. The primary goal of the amendment is to provide more clarity and support for the AMR project by updating some definitions, improving, information regarding access to property to perform work, and information around remote meter reading devices. As well, there's some housekeeping things to clean up their bylaw that updates the county manager to a CAO. As part of the agenda, this part has been shared online. The public can watch the video stream live or through recorded videos, and direction on this matter will be included in meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. The alternatives today would be to grant 3 readings to bylaw number 1028/2026-A, and that's a bylaw to amend the Waterworks Bylaw, or alternatively deny administration's recommendation and request additional information. So administration's recommendation is to grant 3 readings to bylaw number 1028/2026-A, a bylaw to amend the Waterworks Bylaw.
Thank you for the report, and that bylaw was included in our package, and I do appreciate the tracked version.
Yeah.
That definitely makes it easy to read and see where the changes were. So does council have any questions on? Go ahead, Councillor Carley.
Can you just clarify what towns these are going into, the meters are?
So essentially, yes, through the assistant CAO to mayor and council, anywhere where we have our waterworks system, so Spruce View, Benalto, Gasoline Alley, Springbrook, and Junction 42.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Brewster, any questions? Councillor Gerard? This side of the room. Councillor Palm, go ahead.
Thanks. So I read through all that, and yeah, I appreciate the straight through things, and it's way easier to understand. But my question would be, does this bylaw need to have any public input on it? If we do all 3 readings today, then there's no public input, basically. So I just want clarification on that.
Good question. I think that is, I think they're fairly simple changes to the bylaw for simple purposes, I guess. It's just for clarity. I don't feel there's anything too contentious, but certainly if that's council's wish, you could do first reading and do second and third at a different time.
Okay, because my other question is, I guess on that, are people aware that all these meters are going to be changed out and this bylaw will apply to all of them? Like in all these places, are they made aware? I guess is my biggest thing.
Good question. So part of the project, again, the water meters themselves aren't being changed out. It's just our mechanism, how we retrieve the data. So many of the, particularly the residential installations, we don't even have to enter properties. It's just an addition to our existing tap piece. So where the operators are already entering properties to read meters, they'll just be adding a transmitter mechanism. Certainly, before we start any of this, and this is part of our pre-project, we're doing an extensive communications plan where, again, through our operators, they'll be providing door knockers and things like that. So before we do any work, certainly there will be a significant communications plan, and those affected will be aware of what we're doing.
Okay. Okay, but according to the rules or the MGA, we don't have to send this out and that. That's the only thing I want clarification on.
That is correct. Primary requirements for the MGA are anything related to your land use bylaw redesignation of lands. Those are the items requiring mandatory public hearings.
Okay. Okay. And I appreciate all the information that you put out as well. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Ritz, any questions? No questions. Okay, some good work, Council. I think let's start with a first reading and kind of go from there. So if someone wants to make a motion, Councillor Ritz.
I would move we grant first reading to bylaw number 1028/2026-A, a bylaw to amend the Waterworks Bylaw.
Okay, motion for first reading. Any comments or debate? Councillor Carley.
Yeah, I just think that this is going to make life a little bit easier for everybody, so I'm in favor.
Councillor Brewster. Councillor Palm, any comments or debate? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of first reading? Okay, That's carried unanimously. Now, I did hear some hesitation with maybe moving to second reading. So there is, this is this is operational and administrative updates. So that's why we're given the option to do 3 readings today. We certainly don't have to do that. We can pass first reading and put it on hold till next meeting. So if someone wants to make a motion for second reading, we can take that now.
Can I just ask a question?
Question? Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Carley first.
I don't steal your question. There's no cost up front to people when it comes to these water meters. Is that correct? It's in our budget. It's not going to be like each home has to pay X amount of dollars to have one installed.
That is correct. This is a capital project.
Yeah.
And then once the installations are complete, just like the cost of a new meter, development would cover the cost of the new meter and the device, the transmission device
Perfect.
as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Brewster.
Thank you. When is your project scheduled to start? When would you like to begin?
We endeavor to start this fall. That does hinge on a few things logistically. Obviously, communications is a big piece. We don't want to proceed until we've had that strong communications piece. That's in conjunction with EPCOR as well as our teams here. And then there's some software things that we want to do on our side. That's part of the project. We need to make sure that those are installed and working well before we go out and install the. So we endeavor to start in October.
Councillor Ryan Hansen.
Yeah, thank you. What are the consequences if we don't do second and third reading? Is that going to delay you or?
Not at all, no.
Okay, Ms. Rodwell, I would maybe just suggest we table this till second and third reading till next meeting. I'm not hearing a sense of urgency and a little bit of hesitation from council, so I think just to make sure the process is smooth, we'll bring back second and third reading at next council meeting. Okay, moving along to item 5.5.
That's me again.
Okay.
Yeah, the purpose of this is to consider an extension to the residential garbage collection contract. So Environmental 360 Solutions, or E360, has been the residential garbage collection contractor since March 1st, 2022. The initial term of their contract is a 5-year contract, which will expire at the end of February in 2027. And there is an option within their agreement to extend their contract for an additional 5 years. E360 provides weekly garbage collection services to approximately just under 2,000 residents in Red Deer County on Mondays through Thursdays. They also help successfully transition Red Deer County from a manual garbage collection to cart collection back at the beginning of their term. The yearly cost of delivering the service is a combination of their contract rate times the number of units serviced. So in order to calculate a contract value, certain assumptions were made on our growth factor as well as CPI increases over time over the 5 years. So the calculated value over the 5-year term is just over $1 million and therefore requires council approval. These costs are fully funded through user rates, which are reviewed yearly and set in the fee bylaw. So with the communication plan, the same as before, as part of the agenda, this report is being shared online. The public can watch the video stream live or through recorded videos. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. So for your alternatives today, to approve administration's recommendation to extend E360 for another 5 years, or deny administration's recommendation and execute an RFP or a request for proposal for residential garbage collection services. And administration's recommendation is to recommend that council approve the extension of the residential garbage collection contract with Environmental 360 Solutions Limited, or E360, for an additional 5 years, starting on March 1st, 2027 and ending February 29th, 2032.
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions of Councillor DePalm?
Thanks for that. So I do have a few questions on that. When this was originally, I guess, put out for tender or RFP, how many, I guess, would have bid on it?
Yeah, back when, so for this RFP in 2021, there were 2 submissions.
Okay. And my other question would be, I know we've done this for other contracts in the past, and over this time frame, have we had any, I guess, complaints or any that kind of stuff about E360 and their service?
Excellent question. E360, in my opinion, provides a very high level of service. Are relatively, considering how many, if you look at it from the number of pickups in year, it's roughly around 90,000. And there's actually a mechanism in their contract. It's a performance measure that we shall receive less than, I think it's 0.15%, complaints that are their fault, where they didn't perform because of reason XYZ. And their performance is actually way lower than that. It's like 0.003. Like, we're talking over the almost 100,000 pickups, we're getting 20, 30 complaints a year. So that's, in our opinion, is a good performance.
Okay. And my last question would be, is if this was put out for another RFP at this point in time, do you think it would be more than what is stated in this contract at this time? Like, with inflation and everything else, if it was redone, would the prices be way higher than if we stuck with this, right? Because if they were the possibility of getting another 5, they would have maybe reduced her or something.
That is certainly, that's really hard for me to answer. I think when we feel we're getting good value for the level of service that's provided at what we feel is a reasonable rate, that risk of losing that is high. And that's sort of the basis behind this recommendation, is that we feel we have a very good rate. It was very competitive at the beginning of the contract. It's increased a CPI value every year, which is fair. And yeah, like I said, they provide a quality service, and the risk of, and there's, certainly other contractors that can do it, but the risk of higher price is certainly there.
Okay, and one more question.
Sure.
So when the RFP was originally put out, would this have been put in there that they were bidding on 5 years with the potential for another 5 years?
Yes, that's it, right in the agreement, but it has to be mutually agreed. So they've already agreed, and just our process requires council approval based on the estimated value of the contract.
Okay, so was it kind of priced then and laid out ahead of time if it was renewed for 5 years?
So it would continue based on their, it's not an opportunity for them to renegotiate a higher price. It's based on their starting rate and that CPI increase. So that continues for the next 5 years.
Okay, so they were well aware that it would stay.
That has been clarified, yeah.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Councillor Ryan Hansen, any questions?
Yeah, my questions were asked by Dana DePalm, so I'm good. Thanks.
Councillor
No, Councillor DePalm asked exactly the questions I wanted to ask.
Gerard? Councillor Brewster? Councillor Carly Hansen?
I got one more because I had a list and she asked all of them except for one. Will E360 ever offer compost or recycling pickup, or is that a different contract altogether?
So a few answers to that question. Composting is that's a level of service, so that's up to council's wish. If that's a service that we would want to provide, that in theory would be a new RFP if that's an expanded level of service. With regards to recycling, that's where EPR comes into play, and we all know that phase 2 is coming later this year, and it's been announced that the Circular Materials, who's the producer responsible organization for EPR in Alberta, they put out RFPs all over the province for catchment zones, and the winner for the residential recycling collection for this area is Embringham's Disposal, who's a local company, and he'll do really well.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Ritz, any question? Building off of Councillor Hansen's question on the EPR and where that's going, so we don't anticipate that having any impact on this contract or the operations of this program.
No, in fact, the way that the regulation is written is that so how the regulation is written, it says that any resident that has current curbside garbage pickup shall have, but doesn't have recycling pickup, shall have it by October 1st, 26. So in a way, our policies for adding new subdivisions, new houses in, Liberty Landing, or how we add the garbage collection accounts, let's say, that dictates who gets the recycling, even though the recycling is a level of service that's not offered by the county specifically.
Okay. There's no further questions. We'd be looking for a motion at this time. Councillor DePaul.
I would move that council approve the extension of the residential garbage collection contract with E360 for additional 5 years, starting on March 1st, 2027 and ending February 29th, 2032. That seems weird to say that. But yeah, so my comments would be, I think, the questions that I had, the concerns that I had, I feel that they were all addressed, and everybody knew up front that it could be potential for this length of time. And with the service that they have provided and the least amount of complaints, I have no problem recommending this for another term.
Councillor Ryan Hansen, further comments or debate?
Yeah, I think their service has been great. I think this is a good opportunity to extend with them.
Councillor Gerard, Councillor Brewster.
I just want to add that I think the number of complaints over the number of pickups is pretty extraordinary. So if you get a chance to say good job to them.
Councillor Carly Hansen. Councillor Ritz. Yeah, I think council summed it up very well, and I know, speaking to some of the residents that are on the service, this is one of their lowest bills they get a month, so that obviously speaks volumes, and as you indicated, we're getting a good service here. So all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving along to item 6.1. First reading. Ms. Ventry.
Good morning. This is to consider first reading to Bylaw 1002/2026-8H, to redesignate Lot 1A, Block 3, Plan 1520567 from General Commercial District C2 to Business Service Industrial District BSI on part of the northwest of 283727 west of the 4th, and to set a public hearing date for September 8th of 2026. The parcel is located on the east side of Gasoline Alley within Energy Business Park, and the parcel is accessed from Energy Boulevard, which is a paved county road. It is currently zoned commercial or General Commercial District C2, and the applicant is requesting the redesignation from C2 to BSI to accommodate current market trends. Surrounding parcels are Zone BSI, C2, and Agricultural District. The parcels are located within the City of Red Deer Intermunicipal Development Plan and are within the county growth area. The lands are shown as mixed industrial on the land use concept map. The parcels are also located within the Gasoline Alley East Major Area Structure Plan and are shown as existing commercial light industrial within the land use concept map. This parcel is not located within an environmentally significant area. Communications plan for this application. We will refer this application to internal and external agencies as well as adjacent landowners for comments and concerns. should first reading be granted today. Proposed amendments will also be provided via county news, online post on the county's website, and social media prior to the public hearing date. Our recommendation is to grant first reading to Bylaw 1002/26-H and set a public hearing date for September 8th, 2026 as per 4.0A and B. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. And as always, council, I just try to remind that this would have a public hearing, so just be cautious with your questions. That being said, are there any questions of first reading? Seeing none, Councilor Ritz, this is your division.
I would move that we grant first reading to bylaw number 1002-22 or 2026-H and set a public hearing date for September 8th, 2026 as per 4.0.
Okay, motion for first reading and to set the public hearing. Any comments or debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving along to item 6.2, another first reading. Mr. Mohay.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
It's a great day to be here. Is to consider granting first reading to Bylaw 1029/2026. It's a proposed local area structure plan and Bylaw 1002/2026-G to redistrict a portion of lands within the Southeast 103627 and set a joint public hearing for both bylaws on September 8th. Subject lands are located within the said quarter section, 8 kilometers southeast of Penhold, adjacent west of Range Road 272, and 800 meters south of Township Road 362. The intent of the proposed local area structure plan is to provide guidance for future land uses and subdivision within the quarter section. Okay, currently there are 2 parcels, the 1 acreage with 5 acre with ag residence, and the second parcel remainder approximately 155 acres, also with ag residence and ag operation. If you just click on it, the intent of both bylaws is to allow for future subdivision of that 7 acre parcel that contains an existing ag residence from the remainder. Next slide. Section 3212 of the County MDP allows for 2 agricultural parcels to be subdivided out of a core section, subject to various conditions. 1, the requirement for a local area structure plan, and the remainder of the core section must be identified in the LASP and redistricted to an agricultural non-residential land use district prior to subdivision of the second parcel. So I'm just gonna catch my breath. Be appropriately sized to limit the amount of land taken out of ag production. Proposed parcel is for agricultural residence, a severance or value-added agricultural operation, or a bare parcel, and all landowners within the subject quarter section sign an agreement consenting to development of the LASP. Next slide. Okay, so for communication, the referral letter and public notice will be sent to all landowners within and adjacent to the subject quarter section and to internal and external agencies. And a public hearing notice will be posted and advertised in the county news website and local newspaper. As part of the agenda of this report, it's been shared online as well. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. Next slide. As just a note, administrative typographical error on the bylaw 1002/2026-G. So it's just to replace the 140 acres to 148 acres. It's the conversion should be the 148 acres. Hence, bylaw 1002/2026-G needs to be amended. And staff recommendation is to grant first reading for both bylaws as amended and set the joint public hearing date for September 8th. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions at this time? Seeing none, just for clarity, so we need the first reading would be as amended with that slight change. I'm seeing nods from administration. Okay, Councillor Palm, this is in your division, I believe.
Yeah, the other question I have, are we doing each individually or are we doing them together? Individually? Okay.
Correct. Each motion is to pass first reading to the individual bylaw and to do a joint public hearing with the other bylaw on September 8th.
Okay, so I would grant first reading to bylaw 1029/2026, as stated in alternatives 4A, and set the public hearing, for September 8th. Is that right? I think so.
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
so. Motion for first reading for the first motion that we were given. Any comments or debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. And then there is a second motion. Councillor Palm.
Okay, so then I would give first reading to bylaw number 1002/2026-G as amended, and set the public hearing date for September 8th, 2026.
Perfect, thank you. Any comments or debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Council, do we want a quick break? Sure. Okay, we'll say 11:25. Okay, time is 11:27. We'll call it back to order. Moving into item 6.3 now. Mr. Mohay.
Hi, you'll have me for the rest of the council meeting now. Okay.
We're looking forward to it.
Same here. Okay, so this is to consider a referral from the NRCB, or Natural Resource Conservation Board, for an application to construct a dairy barn and a manure storage pad on Southwest 11, 35-2 West of 5th. Okay, so the subject land is located about 3.2 kilometers east of Red Deer Lodge and adjacent east of Range Road 22 and 800 meters south of Township Road 352. The zoning is agriculture district within the quarter section and the surrounding quarter section as well. And the intent is to construct the following 180 meter by 25 meter dairy barn, milk house extension, and solid manure storage pad, and no proposed animal unit increase. So currently they're approved for 130 dairy cows. So you'll see this question with the, regards to NRCB. It's going to be the same questions for the next three. So is the application consistent with any statutory plans like our County Municipal Development Plan, or the MDP, Intermunicipal Development Plan, or IDP, or Area Structure Plans, or ASP? And also, what is the land use zoning of the application site and surrounding lands within the 800 meter radius under the land use bylaw? And does the application meet the required municipal setbacks? And the MDP section 353 subsection A states that input from the county shall be provided to the NRCB for new or expanded CFOs and shall be supported if it meets criteria listed in sections 353B, subsection 1 to 3. The county shall support new or expanding CFOs if they are not located within the exclusion area buffer, and it's the map 2 in the MDP, are compatible adjacent land uses and not located within an urban fringe. So the proposal is outside of the exclusion area buffer, and also the proposal is outside of any statutory plans, or IDP or ASP, so it's not applicable in this matter, and it's also outside of urban fringe. The subject land is owned agricultural district and also within the 800 meters surrounding it. So, excuse me. The county setback requirements is for the front yard is about 46 meters from provincial highways or gravel county road, and the side or rear yard at 7.5 meters. Site plans submitted show approximately 80 meters from north boundary and 200 meters from Range Road 22, and this meets the required municipal setbacks. Okay, so staff recommendations that Red Deer County advises the NRCB that the proposed application is compliant with the statutory plans and also the land use bylaw and and also the required municipal setbacks. And if council so chooses, provide specific additional comments for inclusion in the NRCB. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for the report. Are there questions of administration on this report? Councillor Palm.
Thanks for the report. So the only question I have is, this is just adding a couple, I guess, barns, and that it's not increasing the animals. So I don't think it would be intrusive as to what they're adding on to. So yeah, those are my only, wasn't really a question, sorry.
Well, I guess clarity, they're just building a new structure for their operation.
With Assistant CAO to Councillor Palm, that is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I believe Councillor Brewster, this is your area.
Yeah, so I would follow the recommendation that we advise the NRCB that the proposed application for file RA 26020 is compliant with our municipal development plan, land use bylaw, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not sure that we have any additional comments that we would include in this one, especially because they're just adding a barn and a manure pad and no additional animals. I see this as fairly straightforward.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve. Comments or debate? Councillor Carly Hansen?
No, straightforward.
Councillor Ritz, Councillor Palm, Councillor. Yeah, I would agree, Councillor Brewster. In this particular instance, I don't have any additional comments. As you indicated, they're just building a new structure for their existing operation. So, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving into item 6.4, another NRCB referral.
Is this to consider a referral from NRCB as well for an application to construct a new poultry confined feeding operation on the Northeast 33528 west of the 4th. Okay, so the subject course section is located 3.5 kilometers approximately southeast of Innisfail, adjacent west of Range Road 282 and 800 meters north of Township Road 350. The zoning for the core section is agricultural district as well, and the intent is to start a poultry farm with the aim of having 56,000 broiler chickens and 28,000 pullets or chickens. So you're looking at about 84,000 chickens. Next slide. So the application includes the construction of 4 breeder barns and 2 pullet barns, and they're about 120 meters by 21 meter barns per barn, and a 40 meter by 26 meter shop. What's listed there is the manure spreading location. So west half of 1 and northeast 1, 3528, west of the 4th, north half of 3, 3528, west of the 4th, excuse me, and west half of 8, 3527, west of the 4th as well, and west half of 1835-27, west of the 4th. Those 2 last quarter sections, they are about 1.5 kilometers away from the original quarter section. And the nearest residence, if you just click on it, please. The nearest residence is approximately 410 meters north of the proposed facility, submitted here, as you can see. Next slide. So a copy of letter of concern was sent to the NRCB. It was received by the county administration from the landowner located at Northwest 33, 3428 west of the 4th, and it's attached Schedule 4 in your package. So the concerns with regards to the scale, water use, potential water contamination, if anything happens, and effects on an existing operation from the letter of that concern, and also traffic impacts. And on Schedule 5 shows the location for both the applicant's subject land relative to the location of the submitted letter of concern. So if you click on this, it just kind of tells you where they are related to each other. Excuse me. And again, NRCB requests the same questions with regards to NRCB applications and this referral. Just next slide. And the applicable MDP section is 353, subsection A, states that input from the county shall be provided to the NRCB for new CFOs and shall be supported if it meets criteria as listed. Okay, so it just kind of states that the county shall support new or expanded CFOs if they are not located within an exclusion area buffer, which is not, are compatible with adjacent land uses and not located within an urban fringe. Next slide. So just to explain on this map, that kind of pinkish with the purple outline is your map 2 buffer zone, or the map 2 to exclusion area buffer for new CFO's operation exclusion areas of the county MDP. And the proposals outside of the any IDP or ASP plan areas and urban fringe, as you can see, the northwest of that map is the Innisfail. And the subject land is zoned ag, and surrounding lands are also ag within the, half mile of that square section. And the county setback requirements are within our land use bylaws the same as was previously presented. And the submitted site plan shows setback of front yard as 218 meters, 355 meters south side yard, and the north side yard and rear side yard are greater than 7.5 meters. So they meet or exceed the required municipal setbacks that we have. And again, staff recommendation is that Red Deer County advised that NRCB that the proposed application is compliant with the county's MDP, land use bylaw, and any applicable IDPs or ASPs, and the required municipal setbacks. And if council so chooses, provide specific additional comments for inclusion in NRCB submission. Thank you.
Thank you once again for the report, Mr. Mohay. Are there questions of this report?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Just going back to the barns that are being built, the dimensions are 120 meters by 21 meters by 1.3 meters. Are these just, like what, are they really barns? What is, are those like kind of like a really long doghouse? Like 1.3 meters tall?
So we can just, through the assistant CEO, through Councillor Hansen, we're just going to look back at the proposed barn there.
Looked at that a million times.
Oh, the previous one? Yeah, just run the slide. Run this, yeah, slideshow. There it is. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
And there's going to be an egg room area in the shop. So it's 120 by 21 meter barn.
Okay.
Per barn.
Okay, per barn. The height of these, it says 1.3 meters?
Yeah, that's what was submitted.
Okay.
And we're just quoting what they've submitted. It's not that we look into the barns ourselves, because
No, I know. Yeah, no.
development permits.
It's really just been sticking out to me. Like I'm trying to picture the whole thing in general, and all I can see are like these little mini houses, kind of mini barns.
I had the same question too, because I'm short, so
You wouldn't be able to. You'd still be too tall to go in there. Okay. That's good for. Let me just process this.
Counselor Brewster, questions?
Not, just more comments right now, as we've had the community, the surrounding neighbors are really concerned about this, so I guess.
I don't want to interrupt, but questions first.
Yeah.
And then we'll have the opportunity to add the landowner concerns to the motion.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. It's pretty straightforward. It kind of, from our side, it's straightforward. It's not straightforward from everybody else, so.
Counselor Jar, no questions. Counselor Ryan Hansen?
Is there plans to drill a well for this property? What are their water sources?
Through the assistant CEO to Councillor Hansen. Yes, they will require something of that nature, but in our perspective, they don't submit the application to us with regards to that, so it's going to go to Alberta Environment with regards to drilling wells.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor DePalm?
Thanks for all that. So the one question that I do have, these manure spreading locations, looking at it, they're all on different quarters, right? So would they have to, is there certain setbacks and that where they're going to spread this manure? Does that affect us at the county? Like it's all well and fine to say where they're putting the actual location for the buildings and stuff, but all these, like who's around them? Are the setbacks correct for, or are they putting it right beside an acreage owner? And so I guess, I don't know if you can answer that question or does the NRCB answer these questions? Because I have some concern with that.
Through the Assistant CEO to Councillor DePaul, and that's correct. NRCB's purview to make sure that some of the regulations that they have to follow is followed. As to how far they are or setbacks with regards to the residents. Again, we defer to the NRCB to actually make those decisions before they make any decisions, to investigate those.
Okay, so I guess my other question would be, is this something that we could put in as comments or questions to the NRCB? Because spreading all over the place like this, I have concerns with for those people that live by these areas. It could cause a problem there, not just on the home site, right? And so that was my biggest question right now, was all that stuff.
Certainly, we can put that in the comments. Thank you.
Councillor Ritz, any questions? Okay, I don't have any questions. Councillor Brewster, once again, your division. If you want to start with a motion.
Yeah, I will make the motion that we advise the NRCB that we have no objection for the application, but I would like to add our concerns to our communications with them, and of that I have a list. Would you like me to go through some of my list?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. I have a big list. So municipal road use and infrastructure impacts. I think we would want to know from our roadways, any heavy truck traffic, to Councillor DePalm's point, the manure spreading, any road bans, any dust control, any of the additional maintenance that we may need to do. I would also like to add the management and the composting of the dead birds. I would like them to know that we have some concerns about safeguarding the environmental impacts of composting dead birds, mostly disease outbreaks, attracting predators, anything that could impact the neighbors directly, which I can see happening for sure. To add on to Councillor Rihanna Hanson's, the groundwater protection and water use. I was going to look it up. I don't know how much chickens drink compared to cattle, but it's still a concern for us, especially, it's raining today, but we know that we're in a drought situation. So I would want to make sure that their water usage is within range of what is acceptable. I would also want to make sure that as far as their manure goes, any spill prevention from the barns, any of the concerns from the barns, from the odor, of course, as well as hauling and spreading the manure. I live close to a chicken facility and they go by me, and you notice, as an aside. We also had residents had some concerns about the air quality as well as the odor. So impacts related to odor generation, wind patterns, their ventilation design, just to make sure that the closest neighbors know that they're not going to have any impacts from the air quality. We also had a concern about potential impacts on the real estate values in the surrounding area. people wanting to make sure that their acreages didn't go down in value because of this. And I think agriculture always comes first in my mind, but we do want to be, I think, cognizant for landowners to make sure that we're aware of some of the bigger impacts for the county. And then just long-term monitoring. So that was just one more concern that somebody had about, to make sure that you know, traffic impacts and groundwater and the air is all going to be combined into a way to monitor it, not just when it's being built, but after construction and after they're fully in operation as well. That's what I had.
Perfect. Thank you. And we'll go around the room, comments and debate on the motion, obviously, and then if there are items we want to flag, I'm assuming Councillor Brewster would be open to that as the mover. So, yes. Councillor Gerard.
No, I think Councillor Brewster pretty much summed up absolutely everything. Great job.
Councillor Ryan Hansen, Councillor DePalm.
Yeah, I definitely agree with everything that Councillor Brewster said. I guess the other thing, just making sure that it's added, where there all these spreading locations, like the setbacks, what are they going to do? Like, I don't know what the setbacks are and stuff for this stuff, so that's a concern for me, to do all this stuff. And is there like rules set out for that? What can they tell the residents around where all this is going to spread? Like, I know what it smells like, so you know, yeah, it's not good. So that's my only concern, that all that stuff is addressed about where it's going to be spread and how it's going to be spread and when and times of years and things like that.
Thank you. Councillor Ritz.
I agree. Councillor Brewster had a very detailed list, so that she answered or made the comments that I would have, particularly around the water scarcity and the water. So thank you for summing all up.
Councillor Hansen.
Yeah, also feeling all the feels of Councillor Brewster and the people in Division 4. Can we also add to the list, like, I know you guys are like, Carly, you're caught up on the dimensions of this building, but I feel like those dimensions are wrong. So if they're wrong on that, what else do they, you know what I mean? So
Could be.
how could they be 21 meters wide and 1.3 meters tall? They're not giving the right dimensions.
So that they would have to provide like a barn layout.
Yeah, I would like the layout, because if that's what they're saying, they're just going to be barely off the ground. But are they going to be barely off the ground? You know? Anyways, I would like to add that to the list, please.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Brewster's work on this. I know she's probably had a number of calls and emails. I've been CC'd on a few of them, and certainly understand, you know, the public's concern. And one thing I would like to say, you know, I appreciate the public sharing with us and being respectful of process. I think, you know, they came to us with concern, and we kind of outlaid the NRCB process, and I think they were very respectful of that. And it is challenging for this council because they are the approving body, and we try to set our MDP in a way that generically works for these types of applications. But obviously, you know, this is a significant operation and it is going to have some impact on the neighborhood. So I do appreciate administration working with us on this as well, so that, you know, it's not so just us advising that, yes, it works with our MDP. I think this, being able to send a little bit of our feedback and what we're hearing for the public, I think adds to the public voice in this process. And I really hope the NRCB takes that seriously. I think your list pretty much covered everything that I had. The only thing I would add is that we should request that they host a public hearing. You know, I think that's something they typically overlook at the NRCB, but I think that would be the fairest way to bring all the concerned landowners together and let the panel of the NRCB board hear those concerns and make sure that those things are addressed in approving this application. You know, I heard some comments around agriculture first, and I think we want to promote agriculture in the county. And, you know, I just think when you get to this size, it can be quite impactful. I know, getting to Councillor DePalm's point about manure spreading, I think it would be good that the residents in the area are kind of aware of what that plan looks like. But at the same time, I think we have to be a little bit cautious as a municipality because we have a lot of producers that spread manure, and so, you know, once we start to get into regulating those types of things, it can be a little bit tricky. But I think definitely getting more information and ensuring that's addressed in this application is certainly important for the residents in the area. So good work, Councillor Brewster and the residents in the area bringing these concerns forward, and we will submit those to the NRCB and see where it goes. But Councillor Brewster, would you like to close?
Yeah, I can't take credit for my list. I put the list together, but it really was from the concerned residents in the area who, and a lot of them have sent their concerns to the NRCB, which is great to hear. You know, now it's up to them to decide what to do with it going forward. So.
Perfect. And I would like to also highlight just for our public that this has been flagged on our strategic plan that we approved a little bit earlier, that this is something we want to review our MDP and make sure that with some of these applications we're seeing that it is working for Red Deer County as much as it can. So with that, all
Council, we would want to make sure that we have this motion recorded correctly.
Good check-in, Miss Rodwell.
I'm not sure if planning would like a brief recess to confer on the list.
I think we're okay.
So,
I would like a brief recess.
do you want me to read the list that I have?
No, I have the entirety
Okay.
of the list. I
Okay.
just want to properly format it.
Okay. Well, let's. Do we know is lunch here?
I believe it is.
Okay. Well, let's recess till 12:30, and that will give administration time to confer that, and we'll come back to this decision right after lunch, and then carry on with our meeting. So. time to return, and I believe when we recessed, administration was confirming the motion that was made by Councillor Brewster.
That is correct. So we have a motion to advise the Natural Resources Conservation Board that the proposed application is compliant with Red Deer County's Municipal Development Plan, Land Use Bylaw, any applicable intermunicipal development plans or area structure plans, and required municipal setbacks. Red Deer County would like to provide additional comments as follows. Red Deer County will need to manage municipal road use and infrastructure impacts to ensure that impacts to local roadways can be minimized. Council has concerns with the following matters: environmental impacts relating to the management and composting of carcasses, groundwater protection and water usage and its impact on local aquifers and water availability, manure spill prevention, manure hauling and spreading and resulting odor impacts, air quality and odor management to minimize impacts on neighbors, potential impacts on neighboring property values. It is recommended that there is long-term monitoring of the facility to ensure that there are no issues during the operation of the facility. It is recommended that the dimensions of the facility be reviewed to confirm the height of the building is 1.3 meters and that the dimensions are correct and have been appropriately provided to the municipality and neighboring community. It is recommended that a hearing be held to ensure that the concerns of the municipality and neighboring community have been adequately addressed.
Thank you. I would look to the mover, Councillor Brewster. Is that
That sounded fabulous, thank you.
perfect? So we kind of went around for comments and debates prior. Is there any questions of clarity on what we're motioning? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, administration, for your work with us on that one. Moving into item 6.5.
Okay, so this is the last one. This is to consider a referral from the NRCB for an application to construct the following on the Southwest 2036-27 west of the 4th. Freestall barn, breezeway, sand lane barn with a pit, and addition to an existing barn. The subject land is located 3 kilometers southeast of Penhold, east of Range Road 275 and Highway 2, and half a mile or 800 meters west of Highway 791. Zoning is agricultural district, and the intent is to construct the following: the freestall barn with 95.4 meters by 20.5 meters, a breezeway, a sand lane barn of 59.64 by 20.9 meters with a pit, 26.2 meters by 2.5 meters addition to barn, and no proposed increase in animal units, which is currently 420. The NRCB questions are the same as it was before, so consistency with the statutory plans, your MDP, IDP, or ASP. What is the land use zoning? And also, what is the land use zoning surrounding it? About 800 meters or half a mile under the land bylaw, and does the application meet the municipal setbacks? Okay, so the same section that we have on MDP with the CFO. If you would like me to read, I can certainly do so, but okay, we'll skip that. All right, so this proposal is outside of an exclusion area buffer as indicated on map 2, new CFO areas of the county's MDP, and the proposal is outside of any IDP or ASP and urban fringes. Subject land is zoned ag, and surrounding land uses are ag as well. All right, so with this picture, actually it's the white shaded areas that you can see there. That's where they're proposing to build all these barns. So the setback requirements, front yard of 46 meters from provincial highway / gravel county road, and the side and rear yard is 7.5 meters. The site plan doesn't show any measurements for the setbacks. Our county map shows that the intended location of all proposed buildings are within the required setbacks. So the next slide just kind of shows you where that existing barn is. Okay, and Red Deer County is Staff recommendation is for Red Deer County to advise the NRCB that proposed applications are compliant within our statutory plans and land use bylaw and municipal setbacks. And if council so wishes, provide specific additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you once again for the report. Any questions on this one, members of council? Seeing no hands, I believe this is Councillor DePalm's area, if you want to make a motion.
Sure. Thanks for the report. So I would move that Red Deer County advise the NRCB that the proposed application is compliant with the county's municipal development plan, land use, any applicable intermunicipal development plans or area structure plan, and required municipal setbacks. And I don't really have anything to add to it. It's just adding a barn and a couple other things, which I don't think will be a big transition from what it already is, and it's staying right in the same area. And no, they're not adding any animals, so I'm good with what is proposed.
Perfect, thank you. Comments or debate? Councillor Ritz, going this way. Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, council, we've kind of run out of agenda for this meeting until 1:30 when our public hearings are to begin. So what I would suggest is we recess our council meeting In accordance with the meeting procedures bylaw, this meeting is being streamed and recorded on our website. For those participating electronically, we'd just like to note that due to limited connectivity issues within some areas, we cannot guarantee continued connectivity of your personal internet device. In an effort to support electronic participation, we provided the video conference link and a phone number in the public hearing notice. So for each of the public hearings today, the process will be that we will call each individual public hearing to order. Administration will introduce the matter, and then we will invite members of the public forward to speak to the matter until everyone has had an opportunity. Members of council will be invited to ask members of the public any questions that they may have. Once all members of the public have spoke, council may then ask questions of administration to address any matters raised during the public hearing. At that time, the public hearing will be declared closed, and this will end the opportunity for anyone to provide new information on the matter to council, and then we will consider the matter. And then this process will, of course, be repeated for every hearing. And of course, depending on the information that is received during the public hearing, council may decide to refer decision on a matter to another time for council's consideration of the information received, or to provide direction to administration for clarification or more information relative to specific matters of concern. So with that, I would like to call our first public hearing to order. It's a joint hearing for bylaws 1021/2026 and bylaw 1002/2026B. And so first we will have a presentation from administration on this hearing, or on the application. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Mohe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. It's still a public hearing for bylaw number 1021/2026 and bylaw number 1002/2026-B. Bylaw 1021/2026 proposed to adopt the Northeast 263715 local area structure plan as presented in the attached Schedule A to the bylaw. And also bylaw 1002/2026-B proposes to redistrict approximately 60.7 hectares from agricultural to agricultural non-residential district. Next slide. And also to consider second and third readings for both bylaws today. So first reading was granted on March 24th. Subject lands are located within the Northeast 26371 west of the 5th, approximately 14 kilometers west of the city of Red Deer, adjacent west of Range Road 11, and about half a mile north of Township Road 374. The intent of the Northeast 263715 local area structure plan is to provide guidance for land uses and subdivision within the quarter section. Just click on that, please. This just gives you the location of where that land is. It's highlighted in yellow and with a dashed red perimeter on it. Right there. Thank you. Okay, so currently there are 2 parcels in the plan area, including a 3-acre agricultural parcel that contains the agricultural residence, and the remaining 63.53 hectares parcel that contains an agricultural residence in a large areas for agricultural purposes. Next slide. County Municipal Development Plan requires local area structure plan to facilitate redistricting and future subdivision. So within that local area structure plan, figure 4, land use concept, the largest area is supposed to be preserved agricultural operation and no change to existing subdivided parcel. However, for future agricultural residence parcel for future subdivision. Private servicing proposed, no changes to existing transportation network, potential wetlands on the west side of this quarter section, and the reserves for environmental reserve or municipal reserve to be determined at subdivision stage. So if you click on that, you can see the wetland area there on the west side of the quarter section. Next slide. Section 3212 of the county MDP, or municipal development plans, allows for these two agricultural parcels to be subdivided out of a quarter section, subject to various conditions. One of them is having a local area structure plan. Remainder of the quarter section must be identified in the area structure plan and redistricted to an agricultural non-residential land use district prior to subdivision of second parcel. It has to be appropriately sized to limit the amount of land taken out of agricultural production to the maximum extent possible. The proposed parcel is for agricultural residence, a severance, a value-added ag operation, or a bare parcel, and all landowners within that subject quarter section sign an agreement consenting to that development of the LASP. Next slide. Section 101.10 of the county land use bylaw provides us with agricultural non-residential district. The purpose statement of this district is to accommodate and support the evolving agricultural industry while prohibiting residential and any associated uses. Next slide. The referral and public hearing notice was sent to agencies and landowners within and adjacent to subject land. Public lands comments from the Alberta Alberta province. Potential crown claimable lands due to the wetlands. No comments from landowners surrounding the area. As part of this agenda, this report has been shared online. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes and published online, summarized in the county news. Next slide. So dependent on the information received during the public hearing, council may grant second and third readings of both bylaws as presented, refer decision, or defeat both bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Mohey. Do any members of council have questions for administration prior to hearing from the public? Seeing none, we will now hear from members of the public wishing to speak on the matter, and just to refer to our meeting procedures bylaw outlining how the public will participate. So anyone wishing to speak will be invited to do so. Those wishing to speak will have a maximum of 5 minutes. At the start of your comments, please state and spell your name for the records and provide your address. And then once you have finished, just remain at the microphone briefly to see if council has any questions for you. So with that, is there anyone wishing to speak on this application? Please come forward.
Good afternoon. Kevin Venard with Bamoko Land Surveying, number 28-37535, Range Road 265. I just want to speak in favor to this. This is one of the first ones that we're going to be pushing through for these area structure plans. This parcel here makes, in our opinion, perfect sense to the new policy within the MDP, having the second residence, ag residence already being taken out, and the landowners fully on board with preserving the balance of the land as non-residential ag. They feel that it's a great use of the land, and the density of the residences aren't changing. So we just really want to speak in favor of this.
Appreciate that. Do any members of council have questions for the applicant? Seeing none. So, does anyone else in the gallery wish to speak to this application? Seeing none, are there any folks online, Ms. Rodwell, indicating they wish to speak? Okay, for a second time, anyone wishing to speak to this matter? And for a third and final time, is there anyone wishing to speak? And nothing online? Okay, so confirming that no one else has indicated they wish to speak, I would look to members of council if they have any questions. Go ahead, Councillor DuPont.
The only question I have is, are we doing the same thing, doing these two individual? Because there's two.
Correct. Each bylaw needs its own readings, so you would be looking to do second reading of both bylaws and third reading of both bylaws. And typically we go one bylaw at a time, do second and third, and then the next bylaw, second and third. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, great question for clarity, and lots of opportunities to get your name in the minutes today. Any further questions? Seeing none, I would now declare the public hearing closed. With that, Councillor Palm, this is your area. Would you like to make the first motion?
Sure. So I would grant second reading to bylaw number 1021/2026 as presented. I honestly think this is great. I'm actually really happy to see them come forward. It took us a long time last term to get to the point where we did. So I think it's a great way to, for lots of people. So I am definitely 100% in favor of this.
Councillor Ryan Hansen, any comments or debate?
Yeah, no, I think this is perfect. This is going along with what council had intended. So yeah, I'm in support.
Councillor Gerard?
I have to echo the previous councillors. I think this whole layout is perfect for the second parcel out, and I'm fully supportive of this.
Councillor Brewster?
I would just say the exact same thing, and it was a wonderful layout of presentation, so it made it really easy for us to read through and get some clarity on it.
Councillor Carly Hansen?
Yeah, I agree as well. Also, it's nice to have one that's pretty cookie cutter for our first public hearing today, so that was good. I'm in support.
Councillor Ritz?
Agree and echo everything around the table. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks certainly for bringing this forward. It is, as has been indicated by administration and council, kind of our first go at this. So it is kind of exciting to see. I know the process is a little bit more extensive than we see for first parcel, but that was done out of abundance of caution, and I think carefully laid out by council so that when we get to this point, everyone that's involved in this area structure plan is aware and on board with what's happening, and so the goal was to make a positive process moving forward, and we've certainly seen that with this application. I agree. I was one of the members a little bit hesitant in previous about exploring this, but I think this, when you look at these types of situations, they just make sense and they're pretty straightforward, and there's no negative impact to agriculture, and so it's going to be interesting to see how this moves forward. So I'm in support of this one. Councillor DePalma, any closing comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of second reading? Okay. Anyone want to move third reading for that bylaw? Councillor Brewster? Like I say, lots of opportunities.
Move third reading to bylaw 1021/2026 as presented.
Motion for third reading to the first bylaw. Any comments or debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now looking for a motion for second reading to redesignate the land ag non-res. Councillor DePalm.
So I would move second reading to bylaw number 1002/2026B to redesignate from ag district to agricultural non-resident, residential district, sorry, tongue-tied today. I think honestly this is great. It took a long time for this all to come into effect, and I think it's a good way to preserve our farmland that is still, we can keep it just as farmland and no more development on it. And yeah, I'm completely excited that they're starting to come in, to be honest.
Further comments or debate? Looking around. Seeing none. I agree. I think the ag non-res component of this process was kind of vital to seeing this move forward, and to me, I agree with Councillor DePalma. It balances the residential component and gives families hopefully some flexibility while preserving agriculture. So with that, all those in favor of second reading? Carried unanimously, and we need a third reading for the ag non-res. Any takers? Don't everyone jump at once. Councillor Ryan Hansen.
Yeah, I move that we grant third reading to bylaw number 1002/2026B.
Perfect, thank you. Any further comments or debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. And with that, we have our first public hearing done. That moves us to our next public hearing, so I will call it to order for Bylaw 1002/2026D. And once again, we will have a presentation from administration.
This is to hold a public hearing for Bylaw 1002/2026/D, a bylaw to amend Bylaw number 2022/26, the Land Use Bylaw, Part 34, Direct Control District number 9A, which is Liberty Landing, Section 4.41, Medium Density Residential, subsection 4.2.3.2. And to consider second and third reading to bylaw number 1002/2026D. On April 14th of this year, Council granted first reading to the bylaw. The intent and the purpose of the proposed amendment is to allow for gravel parking pads at the rear of the lots of multi-attached dwellings within Liberty Landing on medium-density parcels. The Land Use Bylaw defines a multi-attached dwelling as a residential building containing 3 or more dwelling units departed by common walls located either on a single site or each unit on a separate individual lot, each dwelling unit having at least one separate at-grade entrance. This definition applies to forms of housing that include, but are not limited to, stacked townhomes, row houses, triplexes, and fourplexes. Land Use Bylaw Part 34, Section 4.4.1, Medium Density Residential, subsection 4.2.3.2 states, 2 vehicle parking pads shall be constructed in the back of a lot, at least to a gravel standard, when a front attached garage or front driveway is not present. The above section requires a minimum standard of gravel. The Land Use Bylaw sections 68.4 and 68.5 impose additional standards for multi-attached parking. And those additions are that the parking areas required for multi-attached dwellings shall be paved or finished to a hard surface, standard satisfactory to the Development Authority. And the other section also states, with the exception of multi-attached dwellings, parking stalls located within rear yards may be gravel, standard satisfactory to the Development Authority. The applicant is proposing an addition of a notwithstanding clause to subsection 4.2.3.2, which would exempt the multi-attached dwellings in Liberty Landing from needing hard surface parking. So the bylaw, if amended, the text amendment will read 4.2.3.2, notwithstanding sections 68.4 and 68.5, a 2 vehicle parking pad shall be constructed in the back of the lot to at least a gravel standard when a front attached garage is not present. The Liberty Landing Outline Plan provides a broad statement about parking. It states that Liberty Landing has been designed with lanes in all areas except for those backing onto public open spaces. Rear lanes are used to provide additional off-street parking opportunities for residents by allowing vehicular access to parking pads or rear garages. Rear parking also required in areas when homes do not include a front attached garage. Section 68.4 and 68.5 are intended to ensure that large multi-attached developments located on a single parcel provide a hard surface parking area. These provisions do not explicitly address developments such as Liberty Landing, when multi-attached dwellings may be on separate titled lots with direct access to a lane. While multi-attached dwellings are a higher density development, The rear parking areas function similarly to a single detached dwelling for these townhouse lots. The applicant is looking to decrease the economic challenges of building with requiring hard surface parking for these types of lots. This requirement on townhomes specifically is counterproductive to accommodating housing affordability. Administration has conducted a municipal comparative review of parking surface regulations for similar styled lots, specifically for townhomes that are on their own separate titled lots. And we compared to other municipalities that are near to us or that Red Deer County surrounds. And all of those municipalities only require a gravel parking pad. The public hearing notice was referred to internal and external agencies as well as adjacent landowners for comments and concerns. So if you see on the map on the side, we did refer it out to the whole of Liberty Landing. The notice was also advertised in our county news and posted on our website. To date, Planning and Development Services received 2 letters of support. Dependent on council's decision relative to the information received during the public hearing process, either grant second and third reading to bylaw number 1002/2026D as presented in the attached bylaw, or refer decision on second reading to the bylaw pending receipt of further information as requested by council.
Perfect. Thank you for the report. Are there questions of administration prior to hearing from members of the public? Councillor, you had your light on. Were you asking a question? No. Okay. Yep. Go ahead, Councillor.
This is just a baseline, right? Like they can have anything above gravel, but gravel would just be the baseline. Like if they wanted to pave it, people could go ahead and pave.
Through the CAO to council, that would be correct. That would be the base.
Yep.
Okay, no other questions at this time? Okay, so we would now invite members of the public wishing to speak, and as I indicated, anyone wishing to speak, garner my attention. You'll get 5 minutes, and please state your name and address for the records. And then we'll see if council has any questions for you.
My apologies, council. It was indicated that there were 2 letters of support received today. We are going to require those letters, and we are going to have to circulate those letters to council as required by the meeting procedures bylaw.
They were in the package, the letters of support. So I don't know if we need to display them still on the screen for part of the public hearing, but there were letters in the
Okay, perfect.
report.
Thank you. I just thought that it was said they were received today, so they're already perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, go ahead. Turn your microphone on there.
Hi, I'm Amy Begley. I'm with Stanta Consulting in Red Deer. I don't know if you need further addressing beyond that.
No,
Okay.
I think that works.
Sounds good. I'm here in support of this application for the gravel surface parking pads. As an engineering design consultant, we deal with these situations and gravel parking pads a lot. And the proposed amendment, as mentioned, there's been review with various other municipal development standards, and hard surface parking is not required in nearly all the communities in central Alberta. Rear gravel parking areas, pads, aprons have been utilized and experienced by not only us as engineering designers, but developers and builders for 15 to 20 years. It's been working well with no issues or real long-term maintenance concerns at all. The lanes in this subdivision are asphalt paved, and they do have a strong structure with a deep granular base. Another thing we kind of looked at is other subdivisions, areas that have been developed for a number of years and for a long time already. There's no concerns with the edge of the lane either deteriorating or failing when gravel parking areas are adjacent. And I guess opposite of that, a hard surface parking area doesn't really necessarily provide significant protection against that lane edge. Hard surface parking pads and aprons, as stated, it brings up a bit of a cost burden concern in areas when really the focus on these medium density lots are affordability. Ultimately, to kind of expand on some support letter in the application, we do support and believe that the gravel parking pads provide a reasonable approach. They support affordability, it reduces costs, and ultimately really avoids future maintenance complications while still meeting all the parking standards. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Does anyone have questions of the speaker? No, I don't think there is a specific applicant on this. Oh, clarity there, Ms. Miller?
Yeah, I believe Stantec was the applicant.
Okay, okay, thank you for that. Yes, this is the applicant.
Hello, applicant. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I think this is good. My one question would be, I assume the intent is to pass along the savings to the home buyer.
That is correct,
Yeah,
yes.
to keep the affordability.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the gallery wishing to speak to this? Go ahead when the light's green.
Good afternoon. I'm John Christie with Falcon Homes in Sylvan Lake. We are building currently in Liberty Landing, and we haven't had to put any concrete pads or aprons in until just recently when we kind of found out about the bylaw. We didn't really know about it because we've never had to deal with that before. Currently, we're just having to put the aprons in, which are 3 feet deep, which, as Stantec said, doesn't really do much for the asphalt. But for us as a builder, it causes a few problems. One is it's increasing the price for our homeowners. And we're doing multifamily. Multifamily is supposed to be affordable. And that's what everyone's talking about in this country, is about creating affordability for our homeowners. But yet now we have to increase this concrete apron as another cost to our homeowners. And what people don't realize is getting approved for a mortgage may be only $5,000. And adding this might just take them out of getting a mortgage, which is pretty sad. The other issue is now we're putting a 3 concrete apron in there, which now we actually have to increase our depth of our gravel pad, because you're not going to want a gravel pad that's part concrete, part gravel. So now we got to go into the yard more, which means our homeowners don't get to use a yard as much. They got less yard for gravel or parking. Third is if our homeowners want to add a garage in their backyard, now they've got this apron in front of it. So how do we connect the garage to the apron properly without, cracking the apron or future apron kind of falling apart, right? Same if they just want to put a parking pad, you have to connect to that. So there's going to cause problems with pivot points and all that. So there's a few little issues. So
No, appreciate you sharing. Anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for letting me talk.
Anyone else in the gallery wishing to speak to this one?
Hello again, Kevin with Bamoka Land Surveying. I didn't think I was going to speak to this, but as a totally different perspective here, I'm an Alberta land surveyor, and I do a number of real property reports in a number of municipalities And I've seen concrete aprons encroaching, quote unquote, into the lane cause more problems for land conveyance and property selling and holding up sales than I care to let anybody know. I've had situations where the municipalities have made them cut back, like literally 2-3 inches of concrete to make the property compliant. Just because if you wanted to pour it and it goes too far into the lane, if they didn't want to pay for a survey to have it marked out, now it's encroaching and now it becomes a compliance issue potentially with the municipality, where gravel wouldn't. So the concrete, in my opinion, is a little overkill. And the gravel in this situation, it would be, in my opinion, it would hold up, not hold up things better. So I'd speak in favor of it.
Appreciate that. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else in the gallery wishing? There's only a few left, so. Was there anyone online that indicated? See none. For a second time? And for a third and final time, anyone wishing to speak to this matter? Still nobody online, Ms. Rodwell? Nope. Thank you. Okay, do members of council have further questions for administration? Seeing none, I do have one. So this amendment is strictly for Liberty Landing, correct?
Through the CAO to members, it is specifically for Liberty Landing and also specifically for the medium density lots.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. No, appreciate that clarity. And I think I heard it from one of the speakers, but so the lanes are paved, and so our requirements of pavement to pavement is why this has triggered this situation?
Through the CAO, this is triggered because of the land use bylaw sections 68.4 and 68.5, where it talks about multi-attached dwellings, and within those two sections, it's really specific that multi-attached dwellings would have paved parking, hard surfaced.
Okay, so the lane itself being paved is not triggering.
It's not what is triggering it, no.
Okay. That does help. Ms. Rodwell, or Ms. Miller, sorry.
So through the CAO to mayor and council, I think the original intent of that was when you see it on one lot. Ms. Dallaire did speak to that a bit in her presentation, and you have, let's say 4 buildings, and then you have a bit of an interior parking. So it makes sense. What we're finding in Liberty Landing is it's more like row housing, and then they have their individual titled lots. And so when we looked at the policies, it does say that it has to be paved. And we have used some discretion in the past to require the aprons to be paved, but as you've heard today, they're not the prettiest, and they may not be functioning to what we thought that they may do.
Thank you, appreciate the clarity there. Any further questions of administration? Seeing none, I would declare the public hearing closed at this time. Councilor Ritz, this is impacting your division. If you want to make a motion for second reading.
Certainly. I move we grant second reading to bylaw number 1002-2026-D as presented in the attached bylaw.
Okay, thank you. We'll now open it up for comments or debate. Councilor DePalm?
No, I don't have any questions. From hearing everyone talk and what was in the report, to me this makes complete sense. It's all about affordability, and if it's not a total necessity for the structure and all that kind of stuff, then I have no problem changing this. So,
Councilor Ryan Hansen?
Yeah, thanks for the information. I would have guessed otherwise. I would have thought that this was not working well for the paved lane, but it seems like all the information we received says otherwise, so I'm in support of that, and certainly passing those savings along to our buyers.
Councilor Gerard?
Yeah, I'm definitely in support of it. I have to echo what the previous councillors had to say. It makes total sense to me, and kind of surprised that this wasn't in place to begin with, so I'm very supportive.
Councillor Brewster.
Also in support, and I also appreciated the couple of letters of support that were in the package and then everybody who spoke to it today, so it makes perfect sense.
Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, also in support. Thanks for everybody speaking up today. I especially can resonate with John. I believe he said something about, $5,000 can make, or someone said, $5,000 can make the difference for some people to buy a home, their first home. So you had me at affordability.
Yeah, I can support this. I do appreciate, kind of our developers and industry coming forward on this to provide their feedback. I think this is how we move forward positively and continue working together. I am glad to see this is just for Liberty Landing. I did have some initial concern about the pavement to pavement requirements, and that we've kind of traditionally had that and looked at a developer pays model. And I really appreciated the clarity from administration that was not what was causing this hang up, that it was with other pieces of the land use bylaw and the housing specifics. So that gives me a little bit more comfort that we're not setting any negative precedent across the rest of the county with this, but certainly supportive of this. It makes sense and will support not only our developers, but our home buyers as well. Councillor Ritz, I don't know if you wish to close.
Just in closing, agree with everything and absolutely with the affordability side, but also with the piece that seeing that with our neighboring municipalities and that the minimum standard is gravel. I think it's really important for our developers that we stay competitive. So yeah, I'm fully in support and thank you for the information.
All those in favor of second reading? Carried unanimously. Does someone want to make a motion for Councillor Carly Hanson?
Yeah, I move to grant third reading to bylaw number 1002-2026/D as presented in the attached bylaw.
Thank you. Motion for third reading. Is there any further comments or debate at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor of third reading? Carried unanimously. Okay. That brings us to the public hearing that we will now call to order for bylaws number 1023/2026 and bylaw number 1002/2026E. Mr. Barr.
Good afternoon. This is to hold a public hearing for bylaw 1023/2026 that proposes to adopt the Antler Valley Local Area Structure Plan and bylaw 1002/2026E that proposes to redesignate a portion of the lands within the proposed plan area, that being the northeast 36, 35, 28 west of the 4th, and to consider second and third readings for the proposed bylaws. Just before we begin, it should be noted that first reading occurred on April 28th, and that was granted. In terms of the location, the subject lands are located approximately 2 kilometers east of Innisfail, adjacent to Range Road 280 and Township Road 360. Proposed area structure plan is intended to provide guidance for future land uses and subdivision within the subject quarter section. The plan consists of 2 parcels, a 2.43 hectare ag parcel containing an agricultural residence, and the remaining 62.3 hectare parcel that also contains an agricultural residence. The intent of both proposed bylaws is to allow for future subdivision of a second approximately 1.79 hectare parcel that contains an existing agricultural residence from the larger 62.3 hectare remainder. Section, I'm not going to go through all this. It's already a long day. Section 3.2.1 allows for 2 of the MDP allows for 2 agricultural parcels to be subdivided out, subject to various conditions, the 2 notable being the requirement for a local area structure plan, as well as redistricting of the remainder to an ag non-residential land use. The proposed parcel in this case conforms because it includes an agricultural residence. Referral letter notice was sent to all landowners within and adjacent to the subject quarter section and to internal agencies internal and external agencies. The public hearing was posted and advertised in the county news website and local newspaper. No objections were received from adjacent landowners or internal or external agencies. Landowners within the plan area did sign a letter supporting the development of the proposed plan. As part of the agenda, this report has been shared online. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. So, dependent on council's decision relative to the information as received during this public hearing, council can either grant second and third readings to the proposed bylaws or refer decision on second reading to bylaws pending receipt of further information as requested by council. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. I feel very repetitive today. Council, are there any questions prior to hearing from the public? Seeing none. Are there any members of the public that wish to address council?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Robin Mitchell. I live at 3554 Range Road 280, which is this property. My husband and I have been trying to purchase this property since 2019. We sold our property in Innisfail to move to the country, as I was raised on a mixed grain farm in Saskatchewan and wanted to give our children the space to be boys. The original house we still reside in was built in 1934 and was sold to Art McAllister in 1958. This making us the third owners on this little piece of heaven we call home. Since moving there, we have made drastic improvements to the property inside as well as landscaping outside, while we awaited the Red Deer County to approve what we thought should have been a no-brainer subdivision back in 2017. There are zero plans to build anything new on this property and fully intend to live there until we are unable to, which at that point, one of our children will reside there. Upon research, this property was one of the only properties on Section 36 that was proven up by the original homesteader, and McAllisters have done something similar by putting land back into farming from the size of the original homestead, as well as adding land in on the northeast corner of this quarter. As an agronomist, I am highly in favor of these subdivisions that grant no more homes and retaining that farmland. This house is now 92 years old, and around the corner we'll see its 100th birthday. Our division councillor, Dana, has worked very hard to help get this passed, and I'm asking, it's time to pass it.
Thank you for your presentation and your passion. Are there any questions of the applicant? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to this application? Is there anyone online, Ms. Rodwell? For a second time, and for a third and final time. Still nobody online. Council, do we have any further questions for administration on this application? Seeing none, I will now declare the public hearing closed. And Councillor Palm, this once again is your area, looking for a second reading of the first bylaw.
My area is very popular today. And that's good. I would definitely grant second reading to bylaw number 1023/2026. Like she said, this was one of the area structure plans that when I first came on council in 2017 that I seen. And yeah, so I have, I guess, advocated and said a lot of things about this. So I'm definitely happy to see it come forward and finally happen for all of them. So yeah, I'm 100% in support.
Thank you. Further comments or debates going the other way? Councillor Ritz.
No, just the comment of thank you for being here and appreciate the perseverance and happy to be a part of this today.
Councillor Carly Hansen.
Exactly that.
Councillor Brewster.
I just want to thank you, Robin, for your, like, as Mayor Ramsey said, your passion and you know, of course, a 92-year-old house is kind of a daunting task, so that you've preserved it is, and part of our heritage is fantastic. So congratulations.
Councillor Gerard? Councillor Ryan Hansen? Yeah, very similar to the previous application. Makes sense to, in my mind, they're taking out the minimum amount needed to have the second subdivision and create the flexibility needed with the owners within the area structure plan. And so, yeah, I can support this. Councillor Palm, any closing comments? All those in favor of second reading? Carried unanimously. Looking for third reading. Councillor Carly Hansen.
I move to grant third reading to bylaw number 1023-2026.
Any further comments or debate? Seeing none, all those in favor of third reading? That's carried. Moving into the second bylaw for the rezoning to non-res. Anyone want to move second reading? Councillor Palm.
So I would move or grant second reading to bylaw number 1002/2026E. Yeah, that's all I need. Yeah, I think it's great, honestly. I'm glad that my division is the most popular one coming forward first. So, so I appreciate it, and I'm 100% behind all this.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments or debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. I think Councillor Brewster wanted to move third reading.
I will move third reading for bylaw 1002/2026-E.
Further comments or debate? See, oh, no, oh, you're okay. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. Moving along to our final one of the day. We'll call the public hearing to order for bylaws 1024/2026 and bylaw 1002/2026F. And Mr. Mohay, you're back to wrap things up for us today.
Last act. It's still a joint public hearing for bylaw number 1024/2026 and bylaw number 1002/2026-F. So the first bylaw is with regards to Northeast 173627-4 local area structure plan. And the second bylaw proposes to redesignate a portion of those lands within the Northeast 173627 west of the 4th. And also to consider granting second and third readings for both bylaws. Oh yeah, as amended. Next slide. First reading was granted on April 28th, and subject lands are located within the Northeast 17, that quarter section, and it's approximately 3.5 kilometers southeast of Penhold, adjacent west of Highway 791, and 800 meters north of Township Road 362. The intent of the proposed local area structure plan is to provide that future land uses and subdivision within that quarter section. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Next slide. And currently there are two parcels within this quarter section. So the first one is the 1.93 acre ag parcel containing the residence, and the second one is 63.5 hectares with an agricultural residence and agricultural operation. So the intent of both bylaws is to allow for future subdivision of approximately 80 acre parcel that contains an existing ag residence from the remainder. Next slide. Sorry. Oh, that's where it is. Sorry. The highlighted in a dashed yellow line, that's the future subdivision. Since the first reading, there are two administrative amendments that are proposed as follows. So for bylaw number 1024/2026, the applicant has supplied us with the Alberta Historical Clearance Letter now. So that's intact in Schedule A of the bylaw. And with bylaw number 1002/2026-F, just to replace that spelling error there. So for officer to officer. Next slide. So the county MDP requires the local area structure plan to facilitate redistricting and future subdivisions. So the land use concept map shows where this will be. Potential wetlands central west and northeast and established windrow north to south of the subject land. This would be evident in an aerial photo here. Private servicing proposed, no changes to existing transportation network, and the ER and MR will be determined at subdivision stages. So you can just see the windrow and also the lower wet areas there. And again, we're quoting the section 3.2.1.2 of the county MDP, and the criteria is required for a second parcel subdivision from the ag. Next slide. And again, we're just putting into the section 101.10 of the county land use bylaw for ag non-residential district. And again, it's to accommodate and support that evolving agricultural industry and prohibiting residential uses within that future subdivision. Or sorry, the remainder of the future subdivision. So referral and the public hearing notice was sent to agencies and landowners within the adjacent subject land, and no comments had been received from landowners and then other agencies. And again, this will be published as well on the county news and the website. Next slide. So dependent on information received during the public hearing, council may grant second and third readings of both bylaws as presented with the amendments, obviously. Refer second reading or for both bylaws and pending receipt of more information or defeat the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Any questions before hearing from the public? Seeing none, I would ask if there's any members of the public that wish to speak to the application. Entirely up to you. It's your risk.
Kevin again with Bamoko. I just want to reiterate the full support of these parcels. It gives a lot of flexibility for the second residents, particularly in this case where there's a bit of a old survey and there's some boundary encroachment issues. So it's kind of cleaning that up and taking the residential parcel out of there, and the landowner's fully on board with preserving the ag land again as a non-residential ag. I also want to commend the administration working really closely with us on these. It's been fairly smooth and really supportive. I'd really just want to throw the props out to the administration in this.
Thank you for that. Any questions of the applicant? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else online wishing to speak to this for a second time and a third and final time? Okay, members of council, are there any further questions for administration? Seeing none, I would declare the public hearing now closed. Councillor DePalm, once again, Division 3.
So I would grant second reading for bylaw number 1024/2026 with the amendment. I don't have to read them out, do I?
No, I think we're clear.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Comments or debate from anyone? Councillor Ritz? Not seeing any. Yeah, I do appreciate the applicant speaking to this one a little bit. I think this one for me would be a bit trickier if it was a bare parcel or something like that, just given the way it's set up. But obviously this is kind of a historical thing, so both neighbors know what they're getting themselves into, and I'm glad to hear we're able to clean things up a little bit there and make this make sense. And I do appreciate your comments to our staff and working through some of these first area structure plans. Obviously, as I indicated earlier, council kind of had a plan with this to make sure folks were on board and we could move these ahead in a positive way. And so we didn't want that to obviously be too burdensome that it couldn't be completed. And so it's good to see we have a bit of a template structure, and it seemed to be working. So Councillor DePalm, I don't know if you have any closing comments? No. All those in favor of second reading? Carried unanimously. Councillor Gerard, would you like to make a motion for third reading?
Sure. I would like to make a motion for third reading on bylaw 1024-2026 with the amendments as stated.
Thank you. Any further comments or debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, looking for second reading of the redesignation. Councillor DePalm.
So I would move bylaw number 1002/2026-F with amendment. Yeah, that's it.
Perfect. Any comments or debate on this part? Seeing none, all those in favor of second reading? Carried unanimously. Looking for third reading. Councillor Ritz.
I would move we grant third reading to bylaw number 1002/2026-F as amended.
Perfect. Any comments or debate? Go ahead, Councillor.
I guess just one comment is, like, I'm really happy to see all three of these come forward today, and they're all in my division. The one, you know, I know it's taken a long time, but I think it's awesome that we finally got it to this stage. And to see the one previously, I know it's been emotional for them and everything else. So I'm just really happy that it's finally all coming to light and that they're actually working and coming in front of us. So, and I appreciate everything that staff has done to make them work. So greatly appreciate.
Thank you. Anyone else? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. I knew you guys thought this was going to be rough. I did. Yes. Ms. Miller, I'm glad you picked up on my sarcasm. Looking for a motion to adjourn. Our Councillor Carly Hansen.
Yeah, I motion to adjourn at 2:27 p.m.
All those in favor of adjournment? Okay, carried unanimously. Council, I believe we should have a 7-on-1 with our assistant CAO today.